problems that create in, for the projects. So especially like projects and project teams, I'll give an initiation for you, and you can deep dive this subject furthermore. So the first of all, the agenda is success and failure of a project. So what are the core reason behind that success and the failures for projects? Then we will discuss about system development life cycle. Then we will discuss about the requirements. What are the requirements and how requirements? So the first point is project success. How to make a project success? Improving the likelihoodness of success. Now, a project success is something. A project success is something that we can't guarantee. It. We can't guarantee about the project success, but we can provide some confirmation. Up to some extent, there would be a likelihood to have a success output from this project. We can assume, we can predict, we can think about the likelihoodness of success if we follow. I'll give an example. We can't give a guarantee that we will complete our degrees with the first class. There's no guarantee. But if we perform related work, if we learn well, if we have good interaction with the lecturers, and if we have good extra materials we have learned, we have done a lot of quizzes, we have done a lot of past papers, that means there's a likelihood of the success. So in the same way, a project also can have these components to have a project success. Now we will go one by one. These are very simple things. We will go one by one. The first one is socio-technical approach. Now this is an intention of technical approaches with the social engagements. That means first of all we are thinking about gathering the data or discussing about or the view of the social aspects. Then we will go to the technical. At that time we have good likelihoodness because people, we have understand about the end users. Under the stakeholders we have the people who are working at the end of the day. I'll give an example. If you are developing a social media platform, there are a lot of end users who are in gang. Instead of starting in the technical approaches, we can do a background analysis. We can perform a background analysis on the types of people who working with us or who will be use this application. If it is very general application, which is a very general application, the general people will work. But think you are targeting an application for highly technical people like software engineers or someone, they would understand the technical jargon well, technical work well. So at that time you can develop a highly technical application. Now this makes a project can be highly success. This is one aspect. And the other one is project management approaches. So we have different concepts under here: processes and infrastructure, the methodology that we are following. We will discuss about the different project management approaches in near future. And what are the processes to success? There are a lot of processes in project management. Initially we have learned about the scope, time, cost and the scope. So to manage these processes, I help to optimize the time, optimize the scope, or proper define the scope. And the infrastructure. Infrastructure means the structure that is underneath for the entire solution. So that is the methodology, or what is the method that we are performing under this project management approach. And what are the resources that we are going to work with this. If it is a tool, how much you spend for the tool? Is there any open source solution for this? Free and open source solution for this? Likewise, we can find the resources and the expectation. What are the expectations of our project? At the end of the day, what is the output from this project? What we required from this project? And the competition. This is very powerful factor. Current business world is very competitive. If you want to do some work, definitely there's an application, not a single application, lot of applications. I'll give the same example of the social media. If we want to have a social engagement in digitally or virtual engagement, there are a lot of platforms available: Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, LinkedIn. Likewise, lot of social media platforms available. So these platforms are having lot of competition in between. Even if you are joined for a company, if you are in a project, your project should be competitive. There should be some sort of extraordinary work. It's not the ordinary work. Rich experience should be there. So you should have to face for this competition. If your competition is well, and that means if you have defined your project well and your expectations and resources you are optimized, that means there's a good likelihood of success. And efficiency and effectiveness. Efficiency and effectiveness is are allocated for every aspect, like how to optimize these resources, how to achieve these expectations, and how to achieve the competition well. How to achieve the competition well. So there are a lot of approaches we can follow under the project management. Under the project management approaches, there are a lot of views we can follow. While we follow the best practices, that means there's a high likelihoodness of success the project to be output as success output. And the knowledge management approach, this is very powerful factor once we are running in long-term projects. Usually a project is a very small duration, but it's evolving. If you have started your math, your algebra, very like grade 2, 3, probably you have started your algebra, but it's evolved continuously. And if something is missed, and if you have done a review on what you have missed, that means you have done a knowledge management approach. Under this knowledge management approach, you will learn continuously, and you have to follow what are the lessons that you have learned. Lessons means it can be a successful story or it can be a failure story. Then you have to find what are the core reasons that makes this project success. That's the success story. And a failure story, you have to find what are the reasons. What are the reasons that you may fail. If you have failed your project is unsuccess. It might be due to different reasons. It might be less management, it might be less resources, it might be less motivation, or no competition, or no quality, due to different reasons. Whatever the reason, if you have followed this knowledge management process, knowledge management approach, if you have done lessons that you have learned, then you can improve. The other two factors are like joint factors. First one is best practices, the second one is the shared knowledge. Best practices are the practices that we have to follow for project success. This is process engineering. This is comes under process engineering. We'll follow the processes, the best practices to have success. If our project is last time project is failed because the workers are under high pressure, they have lot of tasks to achieve, so we can define a best practice for a given developer or software engineer will allocate only for a given project, then we can minimize the risk. That's a best practice. We can have a not on this learn lessons, we can have like we can update this lesson learned. Due to this reason, we have identified a problem. Under the learned lessons, we can mention it. At the same time, we can share the knowledge among the other teams and other project teams. Now, for a given company, if this is a company, there are simultaneously lot of projects running. So it's not a single project. There are a lot of projects running. Now, this project will name as A. This project A is failed because the resource utilization is not well. There's a person, there are 10 people, I think there are 10 people. Now these 10 people allocated for lot of work, and due to this reason the project is failed. Then we can share the knowledge. We can share the knowledge among the other projects. In the same time, there are external resources like case studies. We can attach to our project for improve the likelihoodness of success. So what I have speaking here is what are the reasons that behind high likelihoodness of project success. What are the core reasons? One is socio-technical approach, the other one is project management approach, the other one is knowledge management approach. So these approaches are not discreted or separated approaches. These are in a chain. Everything is in a chain. So we can't remove one factor from the other one. What we can do is we can have highly coupled on these things. We can highly couple. We can take the socio-technical approach well. Then we can apply these resources and our expectations and competition well. And at the same time, if our resources are not utilized well, then we can have defined a new best practice, and we can make sure to have a learn lesson, and we can same time we can share the knowledge. Now these are the factors that we can find to more success of a project. Six criteria for project success. So this is another aspect. This is another view of project success. System quality. So usually, if the product is quality product, users will more entertained with that. People will more come towards, because if the system is very hard to understand for a normal user, that means there's some sort of problem, there's some sort of issue. And the other way around, system is having lot of issues. Quality can be defined like the expectations. The other one is there are malfunctions or not working well. If a software is, if you have installed a software and it crashes every time, there's a high likeliness to uninstall the software. You will remove that software. It's a disaster for you. Or if it is highly technical for a normal person, if the project is using the final product is using by a person, it's not a highly technical person, then this person will tell, I can't understand this software, so I will uninstall the software. It's very technical. I have to run lot of commands to get one output. One simple example is for this, the high technical situation is like operating systems, Ubuntu or any lot of like desktop applications related to Linux. Normal users or normal people will realize it's really hard to work with that, because if we need to install a software, we have to run commands even. So it's highly technical. That means not the system quality is down, but the expected, the final socio-technical aspect, the end person, who is not a highly technical person. The end person is not having good understanding of the technology. That means system quality is not down, but it's not the expected level of this end user. If you are giving a public speak on software engineering, if you have discussed very highly technical jargon and very high technical story, and no one will understand, everyone is having problems. What is this? They are having questions. I don't know, I can't understand. That's not the meaning. Your project deliver, your speech is not a high quality. It's very high quality for a technical person. That person is really happy. The other everyone is sad, because you should understand who are the end users. The quality depends on the end users. I want to explain in here. The quality depends on the end users. The other factor is, it's very simple, right? No need to explain this much of story. That is like we are like day to day we are facing issues. If there's lot of bugs, even for a technical person or non-technical person, do not like to have bugs or issues. Your software is continuously crashing, it's consuming lot of memory, it's consuming lot of RAM, and it requires lot of space. Definitely the quality will moves down. The other factor is information quality. The information quality means reliability and accuracy. Your data, your information should produce reliable quality and accurate information. If someone is retrieving information from your project, this person is required some information, then after reading some information, this person should realize, yes, I can rely on this information, I can rely on this information. That's the reliability. The other one is accurate. If there are lot of false information, lot of false stories are there, that means the information quality is low. Your information quality can be high by achieving reliable information and accurate information. Now, once you are using YouTube, you may realize the initial view of the YouTube video, probably sometimes, not every time, it's like fake. It's just an edited image to make attract. People will come to your video and sooner or later they will realize this is fake. Then they leave. So your information quality is highly depend on your IT project success. There are furthermore situations, but for now you should understand these two well. System use. Again, system use is the end users, how these end users are interact with the software. What are the privileges they having? What are the problems they are having? As initially told, it's like how much easy to use the software, and is that fit for you? If a high technical person, and if you have a lot of graphics and lot of unwanted information, then for the technical people will realize, I don't want this much of information, I can understand it well. But for a general user, general public, they need more information with the images and everything. So that's the system use. User satisfaction. This is a very powerful factor, as you can understand. If the user is unsatisfied with your project, your IT project, definitely system will lose the market very soon. Very soon. If users are satisfied, that means you will get more user engagement. You can have more market. So this again, user satisfaction is depend on the end user's nature. If you are giving high technical speech to a general audience, be careful. People will unsatisfied. People will unsatisfied. I can't understand, but your speech is well. It's a nice story. For high technical people, they're happy with the story. This is the satisfied user. So you should know what is your audience before you start your IT project. Unless the end users will leave very soon. Individual impact. So this is like different layers. I would like to explain in different layers. There are different individuals are involved. C-level people, CEO, CTO, like chief people. They might having an impact of reputation, or it might be financial profit. They'll think about that. So that is the C people or higher level people. Sometimes it might be the director board. Their impact is based on reputation, financial earnings, profit, these kinds of. there are workers who work in the project. They having again another impact. It's an individual impact. You are a developer in this project, or you are the quality assurance person. Now there's an issue. There's an issue found for. It's a very drastic issue. System is failed due to some reason. There's an individual impact for everyone. The other thing is the people who engage with this, or the end users. There's very high impact because these are the evaluators. These are the evaluators. They'll tell, oh, this software is not good. Oh, this software is well. The last people I want to show, the auditors. Auditors and the external competitors. There's an individual impact for the competitors. If you have deliver your software, I think you are currently there's a software. This software is using username and password to log, and all of a sudden that you have introduced face recognition based system. There's a high impact for each and every layer, even for the competitors. Sooner or later they have to start compete with this. Now this is the impact for one side. The other side, these people will impacted with the software. How? Because of the success or failure. These people will impacted because of the success or failure. And the other portion, they have to impact on this project. I'll use another pen. Now there's an individual impact by this director. Director should have an individual impact by follow up the work, or having discussed with your clients, project initialization, how to define the margin of the project. Individually this person, everyone is having responsible. This one is having sort of responsibility in the project success, and developers having another responsibility, develop the project successfully, code well, keep the code quality well. Everyone who is working, if you are a quality engineer, you should perform the quality aspects well and confirm the project is under high quality product. And end users, they rate, they have a good responsibility or impact to confirm, to provide truth information. Yeah, I have seen like some people just rate some softwares or some applications without even install. So that is individual impact by another person or the external competitors. They have impact always. They have impact always. There's a responsibility. What's that? Yes. Yes. What are the responsibilities of them? They have individual responsibility to check the confirmed product is working by the other companies also. That means You have initialized a new VR system or AR. I think it's a or if we get simple thing, face recognition. We are using a face recognition, and these competitors having individual impact on this. Now, initially, like 2020, you have started, and same time they have started the same thing. 20. Now they have individual impact because you have to ship the product before they have shipped. That's the competition. The auditors having another impact to confirm the product is under no violence or no security harms or no issues in the environment. Now, I have spoke with both sides on individual impact, from project to the individuals and individuals to the project. So both sides are very important. Organizational impact. So no need to discuss about this much. Well, you might understand there's very high organizational impact if you are working in a CMMI level 5 company. That means you have high impact for the project success because they are following lot of processes. There are a lot of policies are there. They care about the end users, they care about the clients, and they have different issue raising systems. They can contact spokes, single point of contacts like this. Now what are the determinators of the project? Now you may see first one is budget, the other one is client acceptance, performance and schedule. So it's like a merge of these things, but it's really hard to achieve everything well. It's really hard. There are a lot of things that we have to follow to make success, but if you have at least think about these key 4 factors that determines your project is success. Budget means the allocated amount. Client acceptance means do the clients are accepted. Performance means your your end product is working well. And schedule means you have delivered your product output successfully, like this. So these are determinators of the product or your project success. These are actually project success determinators. And now what are the project failures? Why do IT projects fail? The question is, why do IT projects fail? Larger projects have the lowest success rate and appear to be more risky than medium and smaller projects. Let me give an example for this. Now, you have started to develop an e-commerce application, and you have planned to deliver your entire software product, finally. So this product consists of lot of features like user registration and product management and delivery management and stock management, likewise. Now, if you plan to deliver everything after 3 years, there might be a problem. Then think you have started on 2015. And 2015, you took 5 years to complete this project, and 2020 you have delivered the project. Now there might be technological changes during this period, or new hardware devices can be introduced. Your software is hard to adapt to the environment changes. This is one key reason a large project, very large project with lot of features, it has a lot of situations to make your system fail. Technology, business models, and markets change so rapidly that a project that takes more than a year can be obsolete before they are complete. Now, again, the same story. Technology within 1 year definitely change. Technology is changing. Technology is changing rapidly. We can't adhere to these all changes. It's really hard. It's really hard to make sure the technological changes to run. The other one is business models. Now, currently, world is running in very rapid business models. They can't wait for 6 months to deliver a project. They want every 2 weeks to deliver a project, and they don't want to perform any manual software deployment or completed source code to deploy to the real environment by a human. There should be an automated workflows. And market is changing. I think last decade you haven't used YouTube or Facebook or Twitter this much of. Currently you are using lot of time. Sometimes you, instead of you search in Google, you will search in YouTube directly to find some tutorial. Market is changed. Sometimes if you want to purchase a product, you might not use Google search engine. Instead of, you may visit eBay or Alibaba or some another site, AliExpress or something. Now market is changed. Now, if you are planning a project to deliver after next 5 years, there should be a consistent environment. What's the meaning of that consistent environment? Means now we are producing a movie. Think you are producing a movie. You know, there are some movies required around 2 to 3 years, but these can't partially deploy, right? These technologies, these IT projects, there, if you are a project manager of that editing team, you can't partially deploy it time to time. If there is a movie, think you can't export your movie by small parts. If it is like, it might be some teledrama or something. At that case, the environment should be consistent after 3 years, because these factors are not a problem at all. It's a movie. Now you have to understand this environment, and if if you are developing like a rocket like SpaceX and it's planned to host in 2025, so that means another 5 years around. The environment is consistent, no competitors, no plans by the others. Now we have to think about these two aspects well. Technology, business models, market changes. Is that rapidly changing with the project? That means your project is affected by the others. Oh, there are problems like a movie. We can't, or if it is a rocket, you can't, right? Until the product is completely developed. You are the project manager of this uh, SpaceX. Think you are the project manager. Can you produce by small part? No. You can't launch your rocket time to time every 2 weeks and test whether that's working or not. You can't, right? The entire product should be finally developed, then check. But that is not the meaning you are playing entire 5 years without any plan. There should be incremental change, incremental modifications. If you are in a movie company, if you are in a company, you have to incrementally enhance your movie day by day by the actors who are interacting. At the same time, they rocket, same story. You have to incrementally check your physical environment is working well, your engines are like working well, your computer systems are connected, networks are performing well, how the network communications is running. There are satellites currently. We can use radio waves to communicate in between to check whether testing clear. So that is not the story for all 5 years to stay and check all things at once. Instead, we have to develop incrementally. Now we have to clear about these things well. Especially, what's the domain that you are working? You know, in Sri Lanka, there are insurance companies still like using very old technologies, but they are survived because their client base is more than enough. They are targeting with the very old client base, and there are some companies having very sophisticated mobile applications and claim processes. That depends on the end users that I want to emphasize time to time. End users having high impact. How your end user realize you. Now we will discuss about common pitfalls. Unclear objectives. This is one of very daunting task because the objectives are unclear. You don't have any objective. Now think you are a project manager or you are in a project team and you are the responsible person to have meetings, and all of a sudden you want to have a meeting today 4 p.m. but you don't have any objective. You just schedule a meeting to others to disturb means to interrupt them, because project managers always like to have like to get updates continuously because they are really fear with the project deliveries and stuff. But it should not be an unclear objective. If you are a project manager, you should have a proper clear objective. What is the objective of this project? If you are initially planning to develop an e-commerce application, at the end of the day it should be delivered as an e-commerce application. If you have initialized a meeting at 4 p.m, you should have a clear objective why I am going to do this meeting and what are the things I am going to discuss in here. If it is in the e-commerce application, what are the features that I am going to deliver? It should be clear. Initialized, you have to clear. Lack of senior management support. This is one of very problematic situation, but it's really hard to tackle with this pitfall. Senior management is having lot of work rather than involving with the project. Sometimes the senior management will involve if there's an escalation. If there's a problem escalated by the client, a problem is informed by the client, then only the senior management will involve. Lack of effective project integration. Now, what is this project integration means? If you are using any external source codes like open source codes, or if your project is depend on some sort of another software, output of a software, if your project is depend on another software, then your pipeline should, well, let me show in a diagram. Now this is your software 1, and you have another software 2. Think software 2, it's a source code. Like software means it's a source code. It's not with a UI or something. It's just another source code. You know about that. You have learned about APIs and other stuff. If so, you can realize, well, this is an API, then this is your application. Now, this should be transfer the data to this application perfectly. To transfer, we have to combine these two softwares or these source codes well. That is the mean of this project integration. You have to integrate with the software. The other thing, it might be an existing application, and this is your new application. You merge this application to the existing application. Now think your application is having just a normal theme, and you have delivered a dark theme. Right? Now you have delivered a new dark theme. So that means you are integrating to the system. You merge to the environment. If this is not performed in an effective way, that means it might be a problem. What is this effective? First method is you let the people to learn. You can have a notification to the end users. Hey, we have new theme. Hey, we have new theme. Check it out. Haven't you seen such kind of thing? You have seen, right? So that means it's an effective, because you are giving some time to change their theme, to check whether that is liked by the end users or not. Now, what is ineffective project integration? You have developed your S2, this is dark theme. All of a sudden, tomorrow morning, you log into your system, the entire screen is black. It's a dark theme. All of a sudden, people will fear, people will call, people will email, people will realize something is gone wrong, my system is not working. Right? That is ineffective. This is ineffective. Ineffective. This is the effective. This is effective. There's no harm to the people or current system or the current project. Here it's a problem to the current system. Now, if someone is asked to walk in the middle of the road, you will think 10 times, right? Why this person is asking to walk like this? Or if someone is advising you to not to learn well, you have to think 10 times why this person is asking. They are trying to integrate and effective integration to outside of the discussion. That means if you are walking middle in the road, you will die. If you are not learning well, there might be another problem in near future. You don't have a degree. Right? So how this story is connected to this one? This is a miscommunication or ineffective project integration, ineffective integration to the environment. There's a current environment. This is a current environment. If everyone is walking middle in the road, it's an effective. No worries. It's integrated. You also walking middle. And if in all Sri Lankans are not wearing helmets, very effective project integration. Right. Now I believe that you are clear with this effective project integration. Inadequate funding. No need to explain about this much. If you don't have money, you can't perform anything in this world. Change in business priorities. So this is happening in many of the times. Now initially, once you join for a company, your project manager will tell, please perform this task. I think this task is X. To create a login, you are the project manager, you have asked from this X another person to perform this task. All of a sudden your director call you and ask to know, please change this task by today itself. Now business priorities changed. This person is almost allocated this X task. I think that is login, and this person is more towards to develop the home page. Your business priorities changed, then there might be a problem because schedule might be hard to achieve. Once you join for a project manager, you will realize these things. All of a sudden your directors are all into you, and they are asking to get some work today itself. The business priorities are changing. In that case, it might be a problem for you. Original assumptions invalid. If you assume something initially, if you have assumed something initially, this would be the project. And finally, after a few discussions or your prototype is delivered, then you will realize this is not the client's requirement. That is, your original assumptions are invalid. Ineffective team. This is very common pitfall actually. In ineffective team, there are, I think it's 6. Our team is consists of 6 employees. Sorry, employees. 2 of them are very lazy to work, sleeping, and 2 of them are working well, really hard, and the other 2 are getting a lot of leave, not attending to the meetings. Ineffective work. This is an ineffective team. So your 6 people is in the team, but 2 of them are working, 4 of them are not working. So that is an ineffective team. This might be happen even in university levels. If you are working in a university group project, 1 or 2 people will work well, others are free riders. They don't do anything. They just having some sort of entertainment while the other people are working. Or sometimes they join to the team and disrupt the team. There are people like that. So you don't like to have that people into your team because they have arguments. They pull your leg out. They are telling no need to submit on this date. We'll submit in another date. So we'll ask from the lecturer from another extension. Or you might, we will do like this. We will submit just some sort of report and we'll get some marks. We just want a degree, so it's okay. Or some people can tell like, uh, you don't do, I'll do everything. You keep quiet, I'll do everything. So that also ineffective team. If there are 6 people, everyone should contribute. You should know how to contribute to a team, success team. And this is a common pitfall, ineffective team. There's a person who is practiced to like not to work, not to work. He is practiced to not to work. අපි කියන්නේ shape න්‍යාය දානවා කියලා. shape න්‍යාය දාගෙන ඉන්නවා. He also an ineffective team member. So you should actively contribute to your project. Then there's no ineffective teams. You should have very success project by removing this pitfall. Lack of effective communication processes. Now currently we have different communication channels like emails, video conferences, audio conferences, audio conferences likewise. But sometimes you have send an email to your team. No one has checked even that email. That is lack of effective communication. Now you should have a proper communication channel. That means you should make everyone to communicate with you or respond with you. We can have a communication channel to do work and to first force to do, like ticketing tools. There's a certain limit. After that time, the communication would escalate it to the relevant people. So that's a very effective communication process. Like some meetings, you might switch on your speakers and you are having a discussion with some another person. That is lack of effective communication process. You don't know at the end of the day what is the discussion in this meeting. Any other things? If you know any other things, you can have a chat with me. You can mail me. I'll give 2 minutes to you. Any other thing? Any other thing, you can chat with me if you have faced anything. Or if you want to add anything. මොනවා හරි තියනවාද උඹලට ඇඩ් කරන්න දෙයක්? මේ මට අමතරව. Okay then. Now this is a summary of factors rank successful, challenged and impaired projects. So there are different ranks 1 to 10. So this is the source. The ranking number 1, factors for the successful project: user involvement, lack of user input, incomplete requirements. If there's high user involvement, that means very high possibility to have project success. Executive management support is well. That means your directors are checking your computers are working well, you have good internet connection, and you are not under stress. And every 6 months you are having a day outing. Every Friday you might having a pizza. There are companies like every Friday they are having, not currently due to this COVID situation, unless every Friday evening they are having a pizza and evening snacks. 7 p.m. they are having a snacks, unlimited snacks, and they have unlimited Nescafe, Nestea, Milo, like us, like small beverages, Coke. Every Tuesday you might get fresh fruit palette. There are companies, IT companies, thinking about their end users, the developers and the project team. This executive is well supported. Clear statements of the requirements. Your requirement is well clear. Your requirement is well clear. There should be a password. This is a statement like this. There should be a password. Password should having alphanumeric values, and length should be minimum 8, maximum 50. It's very clear. This is the requirement they want. There now. Challenge project specifications are changing time to time. Initially, you have asked to minimum 8. After 2 weeks, you have realized no, minimum 4 is enough. Change in the requirements. Then it's a challenge project. Lack of resources. Likewise, smaller project milestones, component staff, ownership, clear vision and objectives, hard working purpose team. So I have discussed all things up to now. So you can go through these factors. There's a ranking. Is ranking. So the best thing is user involvement. Now we will discuss about system development life cycle. This is another important factor under information systems project management. We will see systems development life cycle represents the sequential phases or stages an information system follows through its useful life. Now this is a sequential phase. We will discuss what is this sequential phase or stages an information system follows throughout its life cycle or useful life. Useful for understanding the development of the project's largest work product, the application system. Now that is understanding the development of the project's largest work product. Now it's like bird's eye view of entire project is working. There are several phases: planning, analysis, design, implementation and maintenance. These are the main phases in system development lifestyle. Now, these are the phrases that sequential order. It's in a sequential order. These are the phases that I have taught you: planning, analysis, design, implementation, and maintenance. Now you may see this: planning, analysis, design, implementation, and maintenance support. Now you may have to follow this sequential order. Though it's a 2 weeks project, though it's a 1 week delivery milestone, that means your project milestone means the final date to output your project should be end on that date. That is the successful project initialization, exposed to the environment. Sorry, though it's 2 weeks, think it's 1 week. Think it's 1 week, but might be 1 week. You should not start with the implementation. That's the problem. All of a sudden, the requirement is there. Without any plan, analysis, or design, you just start with the implementation. Then there are a lot of problems. To avoid these problems, what you can do is you can start with the planning. Planning consists of different aspects like resource planning, time management, time planning. And under the analysis, once the planning is completed, we can perform an analysis. We can check on the story that they are telling. Is this something not a fantasy story? This is not a like a movie or something not happened in current world. And you have to analyze your technical aspects and your people skills, your development team skills. Now I will give an example. Now you have planned to develop a project using Python, but your entire team is having experience only in PHP. Now what we can do? We can't do anything. At the analysis phase, we can halt the project. We can't move towards. Or under this analysis perspective, we can perform some another thing. Instead of removing the entire story, what we can do is we can hire another set of people, external people, PHP. No, sorry, not the PHP, Python. Sorry, our project is under Python, so we can hire a set of people who are comfortable with Python. Right? Now the problem solved. Now under this analysis phase, we are performing these activities. Next, we will design the project. Plan, then analyze, then we will design the project. What is the user interface? How is that works? What is our databases are working? What are the operations that we are doing? How we integrate with the other external components, like if we have logging with an auth, signing with Google, you have seen it, auth login, how we are performing. This is happening in this design. Then we will go to the implementation phase. This is very easy. Under this case, we can perform this implementation well, because we have clear understanding about, we have planned, we have scheduled it well. Now we are just coding. We have to do just coding because we have at least few assets like a simple UI, a simple database schema, and what are the core functions, what are the non-functional requirements like color, security. Likewise, under the implementation we have, and then we will discuss about this maintenance and support. Yes, definitely. Once we implement, we have to provide a proper support and we have to maintain the project. Under it comes to the maintenance, there might be a new problem or a current existing changes, technological changes or whatever, then we can start the planning. Now it's a sequential process, it's like blocks. We can start with this block, then this block, then this block, then this block. Likewise, we can understand it well. The relationship between the project life cycle and software development life cycle. System development life cycle becomes part of project life cycle. Now, last few hours we have discussed about this project life cycle. Now we are working on this system development life cycle. Project life cycle focuses on project management phases, processes, tools and techniques for effective managing the project. That is the focus on the project life cycle. What are the things that project manager is doing? What are the pitfalls that is happening in the project? What are the things we have to follow under this project life cycle? Now it's like system development life cycle. It more towards like implementation work, or project is having some sort of output. System development life cycle focuses on software engineering phases, processes, tools and techniques for building and or implementing IT solution. Now I have told you it's like focuses on software engineering processes. So what are these software engineering processes? What are the software applications that are running? Or how do we start a software product? How to encapsulate, how to inherit, right? If you are not familiar with this technical jargon, I'm really sorry. I want to make sure that these are the phases or the processes that works with this. And what are the tools? What are the tools? IDE, software development cycle, or the software engineering, what we have to find is a tool. Integrated development environment, IDE, or it might be a project management dashboard. Those are tools under the software engineering. And what are the techniques for building and implementing an IT solution? Now we'll move towards the relation between the project life cycle and the software development life cycle. Under the project life cycle, now this will be more clear than the previous slide. Project life cycle and the system development life cycle. If I map like this, define the project goal is planning, project plan is analysis, and execution the plan is design, close the project is implementation, evaluate the project is in maintenance and support. Is that correct? Not at all. Not at all. Now we have to run these modules parallelly. Simultaneously, we have to execute. Under the project define, we have a goal. We have a goal. Under that goal, we are discussing about the policies, the requirements, functional requirements, non-functional requirements, and everything. Under the project plan, what are the delivery dates, how these are working, how our resources are working. So once it comes like this, it's like the core planning and analysis process. It's like planning and analysis in the system development lifecycle. Now you have to start a project, you have to analyze the requirement, and you have to analyze the requirement. In the same time, you have to define the project goal and you have to define a project plan the project. Now I'll map this execute project plan like design and implementation. It's like design and implementation. You are executing the project plan. You are executing the project to deliver on dates. So that is not the meaning. It should be start from here. Execution project plan can start with the planning phase, or it might be start from analysis phase. But usually, in usual scenario, these processes, I'll change the color. These phases already having start while we are starting the project execution plan, because we have very limited time. Usually within 2 weeks we have to complete a project, sometimes within 1 week or 10 days. Very tight schedule. At that case, if we plan project execution plan will be start with the planning, there might be a small lag. To avoid that lag, what is current situation is, while we defining and project planning phases are started parallelly, we are planning and analysis the project. Under this case, management involved. This case, technological people are involved. Now it's like a parallel story. Management is defining these things. At the same time, technical people are defining these things. Not only the technical, management also involved and non-technical people also involved. That's a story. It's a different story. But in many cases, technological people are involved with this planning and analysis, though it's management task. Under the execution, they'll design and now it's like execution of the project plan. These are the story. Now, what happens to the maintenance? Let me clear everything. Maintenance and support. Now the project is completed. That means project is almost closed. This phrase is happening in here. Same time, we can evaluate the project also under this maintenance and support. But evaluation can perform in here also. Evaluation of the project can do under this analysis process also. Now it's not a sharp and difference in between these cycle edges, cycle components, and the SLDC edges or the models or the blocks. It's like blurred areas in between everything. While you're doing hands-on experience or if you are doing a hands-on project, you will realize it's really hard to map one to another one. It's like merge environment. Currently we are working under merge environment because of this constraints, like very limited time. We have to output the project. Now once it comes to the practice, we have structured approaches to systems development like waterfall and rapid application development. Under the rapid application development, prototyping, spiral development, extreme development is there. Actually, rapid application also another practice. It's also another practice. But if we categorize like this, it might be more efficient categorization can be have. We will discuss one structured approach, waterfall method. Waterfall method. Under the waterfall method, we are having very clear information. Sorry. We are having very clear requirements, very clear definitions of the requirements. It's not changing time to time, it's very fixed. At that case, we can follow this waterfall method. This waterfall method follows by different stages. You know what's a waterfall? You know it's a waterfall. The water is here, there's a river, water is here, and all of a sudden it falls down. It will never go back. It will never go back to the river. It directly falls, like it directly falls downwards. So this is like analysis, design, build, and implementation. These are the phases. But if it is not 100% fixed, then we can go to back also, which is not the fully fledged waterfall method. Waterfall method means it's only moves down. This is an enhancement version of the waterfall method. If you are discussing about waterfall method, you have to discuss about the extract clear things under falls to down. This is the phase 1, planning. Again, I have to tell the same story, a planning of the project. Then analysis of the project, design of the project, and build and implementation. If there's anything that is not meet the customer's expectation or the quality is not there, again I'm telling, it's not meet the customer's expectation. That means I'll give the same story. You are delivering high technical speech to general public. That means your quality is not down, but for the end users you might give some sort of unclear story. Now under this implementation and build, design, analysis and planning, if there's some issue occurs in after this delivery, project is delivered, if you have developed under e-commerce application with this waterfall method, and if you found any issue in here, you have to go back to the build and check whether what was the issue happening here. Then we'll go to the design, what was the issue happening here. Then we'll go back to the analysis and check what was happening there. Then we'll go back to the planning and check whether what was happening there. So very time consuming process is backwards, and very high cost, because if the problem is occurred in this planning phase and you develop an application and you found error in the implementation phase, that means it's a huge disaster for your project. So if you are having an approach with as waterfall, be careful. You should have very clear, very precise requirements. You have to define your requirements clearly. You have to define your budget clearly. Finally, your project should be strong enough to satisfy your customer while it's implemented. On its implementation, your customer should say, I am happy with this. Extreme project management, a new approach and philosophy to project management that is becoming increasingly popular, characterized many of today's project. Now, currently, the project managers are facing a lot of issues, lot of problems because of the uncertainty. Requirements are changing, and high risk. You are given very limited budget. You are given very large scope. Your project team is very novel, very novice people are there. New, like interns are there. It's like high risk. Now, extreme project management is mainly focusing on answer these questions. Traditional project management often takes order approach. This is like facts over working with under unpredictable situation, like adjusting time to time. Now, I have told you a story. You have a task to create a login. Now you have allocated a person for this to develop this login component. All of a sudden your director call you and ask to create the home page. Now if it is under the traditional project management, this is like totally disruption of the entire process, because this person is allocated to here. But once if we are practicing this extreme project management, one best fit is, instead of remove this person, you can hire a temporary resource. That means You let this person to develop the application. You do not ask to do any change, because your director asked to develop this one. Your director wasn't told to change this resource, right? As a project manager, what you have realized is this is the only capable person to do this, so remove from this task and allocate it to this task. Under this extreme project management, we do not ask to do this one. What we do ask, we'll ask an external person, a freelancer, a temporary person, will allocate the to this task and complete this one. Any other solution? Yes, there's another solution. There might be free resources. Usually companies do having a resource pool. Some resources are idle in some time. Think if the project is completed, until another project is arriving, people are idle. No project. So we can allocate these people well. That is the power of this extreme project management. Now you know the traditional project management would not support to do this one. But instead of using this traditional project management, we'll do this extreme project management. But again, your cost might be a little bit high, of course. Cost might be high. That's a problem. Now, these are few characteristics of this XPM: flexibility, adaptability, and innovation. Flexibility means you are flexible with your employees or your teams. If your project team is always fighting with you, you are not a flexible person. You should be an empathic person. You should go to that person's shoe and understand the situation. That's a flexibility. And adaptability: a new requirement adapts, requirements arrive from your director. You can't say to your director, sorry, all the resources are fully allocated, I can't entertain you further. That's a problem for the project manager. You can't do that. Instead of that, what you can do, you can find a person who is having capability to do this work. It might be a resource that is allocated in a project, or it might be a higher person. Like as an example, I'll give another example. Now this is like login. It's continuously, this person is now continuous, and you want to perform a new home page. Home page is here. To develop this one, it requires 8 hours. Think, this person requires 8 hours. He has only 2 years experience in industry. Now you don't have sufficient money to allocate another person. What you can do is, there might be people around 15 years experience or 10 years experience who can complete this task within 1 hour. There are people with very expertise, very good experience. They have good coding experience. They'll complete within 1 or 2 hours. Then you can ask from this one, can you please help me on this? Because this person is having very good experience, and they can stay another 1 or 2 hours with the office work. Because one reason is they are get paid well. One reason. The other reason is they are having good experience. Now, if this person is already allocated 8 hours for a given single day, we can ask, can you please extend another 2 hours? We can pay for another 2 hours as overtime work. Then this person is working well, usual way. This person completed the 2 hours work, and we paid only for 2 hours. that is adaptability. We are adapting. We'll discuss these things. And innovation. Innovation is sometimes, if this is a home page, if it is, if you have a already developed home page, you can edit it and hand over to your director, and he might be happy within 15 minutes. That's innovation. Innovation is not disruption the business. That is like introducing new facts that make success a company. Traditional and new approaches together can provide us with a better understanding of how to improve likelihoodness of project success. Now, in this case, it's like understanding the project success under both of the traditional and new approaches. Traditional and new approaches. Now, this is like body of project management. This is an institute, a guide to project management, body of knowledge, documents 9 project management knowledge areas. Now, there are 9 key areas. I have discussed it in last week. What are these 9 knowledge management areas? And it's published, maintained by Project Management Institute. If you want to visit, you can visit this web page and get more information. And PMI provides a certification in project management called Project Management Program, PMP, that many people today CPA certification. It's another certification for like a quick development or an agile development. I'll discuss about this agile story later on. Certification requires that you pass PMP certification exam demonstration level of understanding of your project management, as well as satisfy education and experience requirements and agree to professional code of conduct. So it's like a it's like a body of knowledge who supports to keep continuously the project management tasks are running continuously in success manner. So these people are focusing on this. No need to worry about this much, a lot of this slide. This is just for your information. And now, sources of problems for the project team. Now, there are a lot of sources of problems. You know, what makes you, what are the problems for you, and what is the source of that problem? Due to what reason you are facing this problem? This is the project team. Actually, project team means the entire project. It might be project human resource, it might be budget, it might be scope, everything, whatever the thing related to project, it is project team. Now, what are the challenges faced during a project? What are the challenges that we are facing during a project? There are a lot of challenges that we are facing. From initial stage to project ending stage, the project should be managed properly. Now, 1,000 times I told you, more than 1,000 times I told you, from the initial level to final product delivery, until the date that is deliver the product, project manager should keep in touch with the project team. If we have interaction with the senior management, that's the best thing. If not, your project will fail rapidly or fastly or uncertainty of the problems, or after delivery you will get lot of problems, or your project will not deploy on the given date, or it might be out of your budget. You will end up with insufficient amount of money. Now, what are the common sources that make your project team or the project make into a problem? Unclear requirements. Now it's very clear. Unclear requirements. If you don't have very clear requirements, it's just some sort of story. I want to develop an application to export cinnamon. That's it. Can you please develop an application for this? Very unclear requirement. Very unclear. You don't have understanding about that is for e-commerce application or just a shipping application, or what kind of cinnamon you are going to ship, or it is a small scale or it might be a large scale. We have no idea. Scope is not defined. This is another source. Scope is not defined. We don't know the scope. It's like unlimited. You may ask to develop a login system. I'm asking to develop a login system. So you feel free to develop any kind of login system. It can be login with the username and password, or it can be a login with username, password and OTP, or it can be a single sign-on login, or it can be a biometrical login. There are a lot of variations in the scope. What you have to understand is properly defined scope is mandatory. I want an application to log in with the username and password. If user is entered 5 times password incorrectly, you have to create an OTP and redirect the user to OTP page. Very clear, and scope is very clear. Defined well. The scope is defined well. Now this is one source of the problem that is creating. Scope is not defined. Unrealistic timelines. Very tight timelines. Sometimes once you join for a company, you might ask to develop application within 5 days. Sometimes that's the date that you have heard about that technology. That's the first date that you have heard about that technology. Even you haven't heard that technology. You don't know how to program from that. I think you have joined as a software developer. All of a sudden, your project manager allocated for a Perl project or Ruby project. Project is running on Ruby programming language or Perl programming language. Now that's the first state that you have heard about even that programming language. Within 5 days, your project manager requires to complete this project. Is that realistic? No. It's unrealistic timeline. First of all, you have to understand, now you are a project manager, think from the project manager's perspective. You want to complete within 5 days, of course, but you have to find the perfect resource for that. Now, once you are a project manager, you have to adjust these timelines. Sometimes that person required 2 weeks to learn about the technology, or 1 week to learn about the technology. Then start the project. Sometimes within 2 weeks, that person would be able to complete it. That is unrealistic timelines. Poor management. Usually poor management makes lot of problems in everywhere. insufficient resources. Now your project team is consists of 5 people, and your director is getting more and more projects, and you are unable to help on these projects. You can't work on these projects. You don't have sufficient resources. Or think there are tools. There are tools to complete a work within 15 minutes. But for that, you have to pay. The same time, if you are developing, it might get 1 month without any payment. So think about this resource, perfect utilization of the resources. Always free tools are not the best tools. There might be paid tools that makes the effectiveness and the efficiency enhancement. So you have to purchase these resources. Now I'll give an example. Now you are running a mobile company, mobile application development company. You want to test this mobile application using different devices. There are different tools. Actually, yes, of course, there are different tools. We can run virtual devices and check whether those are working or not. Yes, perfect. But if you have a physical device, I'll give an example. If you have like iPhone, and if you have a Samsung one, if you have a Nokia one with the different dimensions, you can check it perfectly, at least up to some extent. You have to purchase these resources unless it's like insufficient resources. The other one is miscommunication. Your communication is not arrives to the last person perfectly, or intermediately it was changed. Miscommunication. This is happening lot of time. Miscommunication. That's why it's like proper communication is mandatory to project success. I spoke it a little bit earlier also. Miscommunication is the problem. You have tell something to someone else, or you have communicate via an email, that person understood in different way due to some reason. It might be language issue, it might be understanding issue, or it might be psychological issue, whatever. That person understood in different way, then react in different way. You might face these issues in very near future. Within next 2 years, you will join for a company and you will realize this miscommunication. So the best thing is have a proper communication channel, clear, and copy the relevant person, copy the relevant people always. And while if you are writing an email, use the email etiquettes properly. To whom that you are addressing, to who are the audience that you are mail that is getting, why you are making these people as an audience. You have to think about these things. That is the concept of miscommunication. Now miscommunication is a huge problem, right? I have very clearly discussed with you. Now it's a good time to have a break. I'll give 10 minutes break, but before that I have a small video clip. Actually this might be a like if it is in class we'll do it in practical way, but unfortunately it's a virtual environment. We'll watch this video, and after watching this video you will back within 10 minutes. So we'll give like 10 10:30. Yes, 10:30 we'll start the lesson back. Before leaving, watch this video. This is related to miscommunication. So this person got some sort of information from the lecturer, and this person is
showing. So, yeah, there are. And this one should pass to the next one.
Right, nice. We'll take a small break and we'll back in 10:30. Okay. Okay, I hope everyone is back to the seats. If you have any questions,
Excuse me, sir. Small question to clarify. Okay.
yes,
Yes. What is the difference between system development life cycle and the software development life cycles? Is there an obvious difference between these two?
yes. Now, software development life cycle is mainly focusing on how to deliver the project or the product. That's an asset. Now, it's a software is an asset. Right? It's a digital asset. It's a software. Software development life cycle is focused on how to deliver this technical solution or the software successfully, mainly focusing on the technical aspects. On the project management cycle, we are following how to manage the resources. That means cost, how to manage the human resources, how to manage the technology, what's the best fit for the technology. Likewise, that layer on top of this technology. That means the software development lifecycle we focusing on a project or the development product, and project management lifecycle is mainly focusing on how to deliver this product. What are the resources that we can optimize, or what are the
No,
resources that we can use? Like
no, sir. I'm asking software development life cycle and the system development life cycle. There's a difference between these two.
yes, software development lifecycle means the exact same like it's like interpreted like a software development and system development lifecycle. Both are similar. Software development lifecycle only focuses only a software usually, but system development lifecycle may involve with the hardware and other networking also. That's the only difference, but it's not a major difference. But it comes once it comes to the project management. It's a like same view, same thing, the same window that we can look from the project management aspect. Clear?
Sir. Okay, thank you, sir.
Any other questions? Any other questions? No. Right. Will any other? No, right. We'll move to the lesson back again. I hope you have enjoyed this miscommunication story. Sometimes you have seen this in last year round. This video was very popular. I can't remember the exact dates, but it's very popular video. Somehow we'll move towards like now what we have faced is there are a lot of problem sources are there, but I want to mainly focus today the requirements, focusing on requirements, because whenever a project is clear with the project requirements, that means nearly half of the project is clear, because we have good understanding about what we are going to deliver, what is our customers expectation. Now proper requirements gathering is the best factor, one of the best factor that we can success our project. In the other words, we can remove the problem sources of a project. One of best, we can engage our stakeholders, we can have stakeholder management, different aspects are there, but one of main concept is requirements gathering. We want to get the requirements perfectly. We want to get the perfect requirement. What actually our client required. What actually our client required. Now, what's a requirement? A thing that is needed or wanted. Something. It might be a meal, a food. It's a binary requirement or a basic, sorry, not a binary, it's a basic requirement. Very basic requirement. Or it might be your degree. It's another requirement for you. You want to achieve this. And if you want to be a billionaire or rich person, or if you want to stay in a 7-star hotel, it's a requirement. If you want to travel in a yak, it's very like the requirements are changing according to the situation, according to the resources that we have. Now I will give an example. If you have 60 rupees for your lunch or 100 rupees for your lunch, you will never think for a 7-star hotel lunch. You just have 100 rupees, right? You have like you are facing with lack of resource. What's your resource? Money. You don't have money, so you can't go there. Though you have requirement, you can't achieve that goal, so it's out of the scope of for you. But if you have like 350 or 500 rupees, you might have at least burger. 500 rupees probably you can have, no worries, without just having a small like basic food meal. You can have some sort of middle level of at least. And if you have like around 5,000, you may go to more luxury restaurant. If you have 1 billion for today lunch, 1 billion, you have 1 billion rupees to spend or 1 billion dollars to spend for your lunch today. Now you might think about 5-star hotel. You will never think about to go to that uh, burger shop, right? You have 1 billion. You you don't you don't want to think about that. Same, everything is like common. Right? The requirements are depends on the resources that you have. And the objectives of your life makes your requirements. You want a degree, but think about a student that who left in grade 11. There might be students left grade 11, 12 or 13. There are students. They don't have a requirement to have a degree. But sometimes they might be rich than you now, currently. Sometimes they have a very luxury car. Even for my life, there are friends who left at grade 13. While I'm a university student, they travel by a luxury car. But I have a degree. I'm unsatisfied with the bachelor's degree. I have another requirement to have a master's. So I changed my life to learn more. Now because I have completed the rest. Now if you are currently earning 10,000, think yeah, currently you are earning 10,000 simply. You might have a target to achieve within at least this year to 50,000 at least. Now you might have some sort of objective or goal, the requirement. Now I just want to make sure this requirement depends on the environment, requirement, requirement depend on the environment. So it's like interdependable situation. You scratch my back, I scratch your back. I have money, I'll eat. I don't have money, I'll learn and eat. But a situation like think like this. If you are a heart patient or diabetic patient, you have money, but you can't. There's a requirement, the environment blocks you. Okay. Now, this is like very hard to understand what's a requirement. It depends on numerous situations, numerous environmental situations. Now, you might want a degree. It might be management information systems, and someone required a degree on information security, and someone required a degree on networking. Everything is a degree, but categorized. After ending of your this degree, you might think for a master's. Then you will think about your PhDs, or you might stop from bachelor's. Now it's more than enough. I have learned a lot. It's more than enough to. I'll start my happiness journey. I'll be a rich person. I don't want to learn about. You know these people, this person. I don't want to tell, right? Probably don't have much of degrees, but money in aviation. Okay, everyone in this yacht or everyone in this hotel do have a degree? No, I'm guaranteed no. But they have a dream, they have a requirement of money. Now, once it comes to project or the project management, what's a requirement? In product development and process optimization, a requirement is a singular document, physical or functional, need that a particular design, product or process aims to satisfy. I have copied from Wikipedia. It's a daunting, right? Hard, really hard to understand what is that. Okay, we'll understand one by one. Product development or process optimization, you don't want to think about. A requirement is a singular documented physical. You get single document. It's a single document. Now, if you have multiple documents of the requirements, you have one document of requirements for a single project. This is the requirements by clients, this is the requirements by directors, this is the requirements by developers. If you merge everything into one document, that's a perfect fit because it depicts whatever everyone required. Physical or functional need. What is this physical or functional need? It might be a hardware device, or it might be a interconnected network, or it might be a function. Function means an activity that is happening in a software. An activity happening in a software. What is a function? It's an activity happening in a software. Need that a particular design, product or process. Particular design. We have a particular design. Now I'm uh, developing a rocket. Think it's a rocket. It's like a pencil, right? It's okay. Think it's a rocket. Okay, I'll draw some fire, then you'll realize. All right. Now it's a rocket. It's a particular design. It discusses about a particular design, product or process. What's a process? Process is defined under the requirement to make sure the product is having successful outcome. What are the processes? What is the first thing? What is the last thing? How we should do this? These are the processes. And aims to satisfy. Whose requirement? End users requirement. What's the requirement? Who to going to satisfy? Satisfy a person who is using this. This is a person who is using this. This is a requirement. Now you are clear. It's just a statement that defines the end user, make sure to ensure the end user is happy, and finally we'll get a proper single document that describes the design of the product and the processes. So that's a requirement. Now if you are unclear, you don't need to think about that. Requirement is something that required to deliver at the end of the day. Requirement is something that deliver at the end of the day. At the end of your project cycle, you should deliver the requirement. That's it. That's a requirement, right? Software engineering or the product management under you might think a requirement. Requirement is a login, username and password. At the end of the day, the project is delivered a system that can interact, username and a password. That's it. That's it, right? That's it. Very simply, you may think about that. Think like that. Now, there are requirements. There are different aspects of requirements are there. I have initially spoken with you. And now you are clear about what's a requirement. And it's a singular document. It's a single document. So we want to collect the requirements. Now, I will give a simple example. Your father or mother or whoever your person is asking to have a picnic or a trip or visit to somewhere. Now what your father or mother is doing is suggesting you, shall we go on a trip? Yes. Then everyone will say yes. Now the requirements are different. Daughter is telling, I just want to go for a 5-star hotel to have a luxury night. And your brother is asking for a hiking. Shall we go a place that we can have a hiking? And your mother is asking, shall we go that aunt's house? We haven't go that place for a long time. Last few years, shall we go there? So as a father's role, once you collect the requirements, it's like discrete stories. Now, father should satisfy the entire family. If not, there's a problem. But if the father is unsatisfied, the family, it's a problem. Now, that's a story. Now, I want to share you. While we are collecting the requirements, before we are collecting the requirements, before we are collecting the requirements, we should understand the environment well. Who is the first person that you are going to discuss? Or is this a family chat? We can collect the requirements individually. If your mother is very constant, or your daughter is your sister is very constant, if there is not a 5-star hotel, I don't go anywhere. There are situations, right? There are situations like that. Once it comes to the project management, same scenario would maps. Same scenario would maps. CEO, director requires one thing, the end user requires another thing, developers can do something, so it's like a porch. It's holy mess. Once you perform a proper requirement collection, you can realize the whole sprint or the team, the entire or the common requirement to have. Now we'll go to the collect the requirements. Now we have requirements. Now I have shown you the danger of this collection requirement. If you have done incorrect way, you might face for a problem. You might face for a problem definitely, right? I don't want to get the industrial experience, industrial stories for you, because still I don't think so. You have a lot of industrial experience. That's why I'm getting family and just basic examples. But these are mapping abstractly. Now, so you should have good understanding about requirements collection, how to collect the requirements. The process of determining, documenting and managing stakeholder needs. Further the requirements to meet project objectives. It's like big story. We will see one by one. The process of determining. You are going to document, you are going to manage. Stakeholders needs. It's a process for stakeholders happiness. It's a process of make stakeholders happiness. But who is a stakeholder? Stakeholder is anyone who is interact with the software product. It might be director, it might be sponsor, it might be the end user, it might be the developer, it might be the quality engineer, or it might be the project manager. Everyone is a stakeholder. So now you are going to make everyone happy. How? Stakeholders make happy by determining the needs. Determine the needs. What is the need? Then documenting the need. You are going to document the need. You are going to manage the need. You are going to manage the need. Now you are a project manager. To make the project success, you should collect the requirements properly. Now what is the requirements collection means? Collecting process the needs of stakeholders for determining, documenting and managing their requirements. Now it's the story. Now they have lot of stakeholders having lot of needs, or if we determine the requirements, there are a lot. If we document, it might be 500 pages, huge document. And once it comes to managing, project management and every management task is there. But finally, requirements to meet project objectives. Requirements should meet the project objectives. Now, you are asked to develop an e-commerce application. At the end of the day, your objective should achieve. This is the initial objective, and end of the day, it should be an e-commerce application. While we make happy the stakeholders by determining their requirements and managing their requirements. Now, one of your stakeholder, we will get an example. One of your stakeholder is your project sponsor. Who is sponsor for your project? Now we want to determine his requirement. His requirement is to develop an e-commerce application. But he can allocate only 10,000 rupees. We'll get $1,000. $1,000 only. Now we want to manage the stakeholder properly. Mr. So and so, we can't entertain for $1,000 for an e-commerce application. Could you please think about at least this level? At least $100,000. Requirement is there. Requirement is there. And finally, we are clear about the final product also. But we have to manage it properly. And we'll get another same situation. We'll get this e-commerce application. There are two people in different backgrounds. Think one person is from Java background, the other one is from C# background. Now these two are also stakeholders. Because they involved to software development. Now we have to determine the requirement, collect the requirement from them. This person is always struggling to develop the application using Java. This person is always struggling to develop Java using C#. That's the determination of the requirement. And the management, the task is, you may allocate this person, Java person, to the web application, C# person for mobile application development, or Java person for mobile application development, C# person for web development. Perfect, right? It's managing. It's not easy. It's really hard. The requirements managing is really hard. There might be confuses. There might be conflicts. You should resolve time to time. And documenting, this is the process of keeping the story forever. What was happened, when, why was happened, and how it was happened. That's the document. Now, this is the story of collect the requirements. And another key benefit of this process is that provides the basis for defining and managing the project scope, including product scope. Now, there are two things: project scope and product scope. Basis for defining and managing. This is the process for defining, managing project scope and product scope. What is the product? Now, you have an e-commerce application. This is your product. Now you are a worker in a huge e-commerce application, a company which is running very large e-commerce application. This is the product, and your project, you are the project manager, you got the requirement. That requirement states to develop a tracking system or end-to-end tracking. That means your shop to customer, you have to track it. This is the project scope. What's the product scope? Once we merge this in technically what we are telling, integrate. Once we integrate it, there is a product in here. This is a flower pot. I think it's a flower pot. Someone purchase it. Your project is integrated to this one. This flower pot should track from the warehouse to the customer's doorstep. This is the project scope. You have very limited, very small story. But once it comes to product, it might be a flower pot, or it might be some another toy, it might be a dress. There are a lot of varieties. Whatever the variety under this product, your project should support each and everything, or the scope that defined in this product. Now think, if you are trying to deliver a huge container, you know what are the containers, right? Huge container from one location to another location. It might be hard to deliver by a delivery rider. It's out of scope. It's not in the product scope. Or your company is mainly focusing on containers. We don't care about delivery boys. That defines under this product scope. Your project is deliver from one end to another end. That's it. This is your project. There's a specific start time. This is specific end time. There's a specific requirement. Everything is there. But it's a standalone or single process. You have to merge it into the product. There are products. Everywhere there are a lot of products. If you are starting a wholly fresh e-commerce application, it's a product. It evolves time to time. You add things, you remove things. At that time, you have specific project scope and you have specific product scope. You are defining both product scope and project scope, as well as you have to manage the product scope and the project scope. Now, this should conduct at the level of collect the requirements. Very initially, you have to say what kind of delivery I'm going to deliver. Is that a big ship or a small flower pot? I hope now you are very clear with this project scope, product scope, and defining and managing these scopes, two different scopes. Now there are requirements. Now you know we need to manage, or we want to go through, collect the requirements properly. And what are the techniques that we can use for the requirements collection? What what are the techniques that we can use. It might be a small scale or it might be very large scale. Every time some data might be worth for someone, it is garbage for you but gems for someone. It might be garbage for you but gems for someone. So data is worth. And collecting this data or collecting the requirements, we need to have a proper technique. I'll back to the story of the family trip. If your father is done in incorrect technique for the requirements gathering, you might end with a fight instead of family trip, or that family trip will be fully corrupted and brother and sister will not speak each other for a week. So manager is responsible to carefully analyze how to extract or how to grab the data or collect the requirements. This is very sensitive process. This is not just go someone and ask, can you share your information? Can you share your information? Especially once it comes to software engineering, especially once it comes to manual to automated process changing, there are phases. I'll speak it. We have to work with very sensitive people. Some people do not like to share their thoughts. Some people do not like to share their information. Some people hide very hard. And we'll discuss about these techniques that used in requirements collection. Interviews, observations, document analysis, questionnaires and surveys. So I'm going to discuss about these techniques one by one. You have to understand what is the best fit according to the environment. That's the project manager's job. Theoretically or under the science, we can teach you these techniques. But once it comes to practical scenario, you have to be careful what is the best technique that I would choose to collect the requirement. There's no perfect answer. This is the way that I want to go. This is the way I'm getting collection the requirements. There's no perfect answer for this. It's like open-ended or situation-based answer. So you have to define the situation well. You have to understand the situation well, then execute this technique, any of the technique. There are certain pros and cons in these techniques, and some are not applicable for everywhere. Some are not, like some techniques are applicable for large cluster of people. Some are applicable for a single small number of people, sometimes 1 to 3 to 5, 1, 5 around. There are techniques. So who involved in the other end? How I'm collecting the requirement? What are the requirements I want to get? Everything should be clearly understand under these techniques. By one. Interviews. a structural conversation between two parties. Now, I believe you have faced at least a single interview up to now. Anyone who haven't faced at least any interview will do an interview now. If anyone, let me know. Raise your hand. You can raise your hand digitally, right? You know how to raise your hand in Zoom. Sorry, Teams. Raise your hand. I'm not asking questions from you. Don't worry. Right? I'm not going to ask any questions from you. Anyone? So that means everyone pays for an interview, at least one interview. Anyone like to have an interview with me just now for 1 minute or 2 minutes? Interview means I'm not asking about your personal stories, just for a discussion. Anyone? You can raise your hand. Okay. Okay then. We'll go to the lesson then. Now, it's like a structural conversation. What is this structural conversation means? It might be two people, or it might be two parties. There are a lot of people in here. There are a lot of people in here. Now these people are asking questions from these people. These people needs to get information from these people. But in a structural way, structural conversation. These people should ask questions in a predefined structure. I'm going to ask these questions at the interview. My first question is this one. My second question is this one. My third question is this one. And if the client is answer like this for the third question, if the client is asked like this, then I'll this question. And if this question is like answer yes, then I'll ask this question. It's a structure. You can draw like a tree structure. Before going for an interview, you can have a structure. It's a structural conversation between two parties. Purpose is exchange information among the parties. Now, if you are going for a job interview, we'll get a simple example. Job interview. Interviewer needs to get your personal insights, your educational background, your skills, your ability to work as a team, your future goals after 5 years, who you might be. Is this person is a threat for our company? Is this person is trying to grab some sort of information from our company? That is, he exchange the information. This person asks question from this one. This person answer a question. This person asks another question. This person is answering another question. Continuously exchanging the information. Mainly one-to-one interviews, panel interviews, and group interviews are there. Now, what is a one-to-one interview? What is a one-to-one interview? Means an interview happening among two set of people. There are one team there are another set of people. It might be a single person and another single person, or it might be a single team with another single team. These are the two teams. That is one-to-one panel interviews. Panel interviews are like you have different people. In here, I'll give an example. Under the panel interview, same thing. These clusters or people, think it's 3 people. This one from HR, this one from finance, and this one from technology. It's a panel. It might be HR people 2, finance people 1, technology people 4. There are 4 people of technological people, 1 person from finance and 2 people from HR. It's one panel. And there might be another panel. This panel, software engineers, business analysts, project manager, or it might be totally only the CEO or a director. One-to-one is having conversation between, usually among same domain or the same cluster. But once it comes to a panel, they are from different backgrounds. So they ask questions for their aspect, for their view, for their requirement, or for their understanding. The other one is group interview. Group interview is like, I hope that you have faced for a group interview at your school. Your teacher is asking a question and asking to raise your hand if you know. It's a group interview. One person asks some data, and if you know, you will answer it. It's a group interview. But it might be like group to group. There might be a set of groups are communicating with other groups and having interviews. These are formal interviews. These are not informal interviews. These are formal interviews. Whenever you are performing an interview, it should be a structural conversation. You, prior the interview, you should prepare yourself for the interview. What are the questions that I'm going to ask? And why I'm asking this question? Is this question is related to our scope or the product or the software? You have to define these things. These are structured. Sorry, there's a small mistake. Give me a second. I'll edit. These are structured discussions, well structured. Now, there's a word called ConOps. Now, what is ConOps? Concept of operations. Now, after or before an interview, you have to find a document. You have to actually this is like end of the interview you are preparing. ConOps is a like a document describing the characteristics of the proposed system from the viewpoint of individual who will use that system. Now, this document describes from the end user's perspective how the system should feel for an end user, for the person who is using it. And examples like business requirement specification, stakeholder management specifications, like these kind of specifications are there. So usually while we are performing an interview, we have to understand about the range of the stakeholder. We have to understand the requirement, business requirement specification. We are planning to develop business requirement specification, or it might be stakeholder management specification. It might be whatever. So why I'm telling like lot of times to have a structured interview, usually this interview is performing usually among unique people. So you are consuming someone's time. You are consuming someone's time. If you are not well prepared, that means you are consuming someone's time. Once it comes to business environment, you have very limited times. Sometimes a meeting is defined for 15 minutes. At the 15 minutes, you have to discuss everything and finish it. Some meetings are very tedious, very tired. We have a lot of questions to ask from the other party, but we don't have time. Usually, if you have a discussion with the director or a C-level person, it's really hard to find a time because they are very busy. And if you are not well prepared, director or the interview, if the person who is facing for your interview will be tired because you ask the repetitive questions, very unclear questions, or it's not in your scope. You don't have idea why you are asking that question. So if you are going for an interview, so prepare well. Then before the starting interview, you should be there. And while in the interview, you should ask the perfect question, pinpoints, crisp and clear questions. And you should record the answers appropriately. At the end of the interview, both parties should have happy. That means your clients or the sponsors should happy because you grab some information from their heart, sometimes which is not documented. And as a development company, we should grab the proper information from the proper person in a limited time. There are a lot of advantages in interviews. You can go through these disadvantages and advantages and understand well. Go to the next one, observation. Observation is a technique that we can use to gather the data. In out cycle of the bubble, we can observe it. Observe means not disturbed into someone else and gathering information. You should not extract sensitive information from someone else by observing. Instead of that, you should extract required information by observing. So what is observing is active monitoring the current behavior of the project. You are actively monitoring. You are monitor actively. Actively monitoring means not a disturbance monitoring. That means you are not keeping a chair behind that person and writing whatever that person is doing. Then it's a disturbance. Active monitoring is monitor the processes, monitor the current behavior, monitor the external parties who are external parties involving, and we can identify how these people are involved in this project. Usually these observations are best once a manual to automation transformation. What is then manual to automation means? Currently there is no software at all. Sometimes there are some softwares are there, few softwares are there which are not support for the support for a problem that they have informed. We'll get an example. There are a lot of queues you have seen in different office locations. People want to get some work done and there are a lot of queues, and you got a project from that company to minimize this queue. Currently they are writing the records in a book and keeping records, and they are searching something kind of thing. There are a lot of queues. This is a manual system. Now you are going to automate. We'll get train ticketing queue. Now if you want to purchase a train ticket, you have to wait in a queue for a sometime, like sometimes it might be 5 to 10 minutes even. Sometimes it might be 1 to 2 minutes, but you have to wait. It's total manual process currently. Now you are going to develop an application to reduce this manual process. What you can observe is there's a person who is having cash and hand over the cash to the ticket counter. Then this ticket counter person would find the ticket from the appropriate tracker and give the ticket to the traveler, and if there's any remain, the remain is paid. Now your first observation is of yourself is no coins. Your observation is this ticket queue is high because no coins. The cashier is finding coins all the time. No coins. Now you can introduce a system without coins. There are a lot of current situations are there. Like without coins, there are applications. Without coins, you can transfer your money. You can introduce new thing by observation. This is the first your observation. Now there's another observation. There is no web application or a mobile application to purchase tickets. Now you introduce another big thing to the train tickets. People would be able to purchase their tickets from their mobile application through mobile money, or web application. Through a web application you can purchase the tickets. Now the queue would be definitely reduced. How you have done? Have you discussed with anyone? Have you go for an interview? No. You just observed. You just observed. Probably if you have traveled in a train, you have observed these situations. By introducing new technology or manual to automation. Current situation is manual, and we are providing an automated coin management, automated ticket granting via web application and mobile application. Manual process is getting lot of time. Automation time would reduce this time. This is process enhancement by using observations. Mainly there are different types actually. I would like to discuss about three types: controlled observations, naturalistic observations, and participant observations. Now these are like initially these observations are introduced under the operational research, but currently it's highly applicable for software engineering, because when we are developing an application, it's the best thing to find what they are doing, how they are doing, what are the problems they are facing in here. The next thing is discussion, right? This discussion would like to point like control observations, naturalistics observations likewise. Now we will see these discussions, how this happen under the observation. Control observations. Observations are performing under the limited conditions. Conditions like location, time. I will give the same example for you. Now if it is a ticket queue, especially for a city, you have to visit that location. If that train station is a main train station, which is located in a main city, you might see the problem well instead of looking at small train stations. There are train stations like sub railway stations or something. I don't know the exact word. There are rail stations which are not highly crowded. You have to stick with the location and the time. Now time is like controlled observation. Now it's like very controlled observation in the time, because you can't stay 24 hours in front of a queue. You can't keep a chair and observe everything. Instead of what you can do, you can grab CCTV footprints. You can keep a camera and you can leave. And you can grab the information very easily. It's like controlled observation, but you are controlled. Now sometimes this controlled observation is categorized like this. Under the project phase, you have specific time. It might be 2 weeks to observe the company. You can observe the processes within this 2 weeks. The client company would allow only for 2 weeks or 5 days, maximum 5 days. You can observe and leave because they don't want to entertain the software development company for 3 months. You collect or you can observe the information within 1 week and please leave. Very controlled observation. Now you are clear about what is this controlled observation. Extract the requirements related to the system usage, especially like peak times. I'll give the same example. If you watch or if you observe the peak time in a railway, usually the office time, morning 6 to 8 around, this is the peak time. Now if you are using a cloud resource, if you are not okay, we'll get another example. If you are using a system that is working 24 hours, you can you can keep 3 screens or 4 screens in morning 6:30 to 8:30. Then there are 4 separated queues because your system is identified by observing peak time is 7 to 6:30 to 8:30. After 8:30, what you can do? You can keep only one screen and correct the rest of the screens for some another purpose. Unless you will keep all 4 screens for 24/7. After proper observation, you have identified these things. The next thing is there's high accuracy. There's a high accuracy because your team visualized the situation or understood the situation, what is happening in there under the controlled observations. Though it's like controlled situation, we'll understood well. The second thing is naturalistic observation. It is the natural. We'll let the people to behave as they work. Now I'll give the same example, the train ticketing counter situation. Now we'll let the counter person to behave like the normal way. Even that person is unknown or having no idea, that person is observing by someone else. That's the naturalistic observation. Now this is an active observation, but we don't know behavioral observations. After behavioral observations, the first thing we have identified. We have identified the counter person is facing a problem because of the coins. No coins at all. The next point is participant observation. Now what we can do is observers are involving with the current process and gather the requirements. Participant observation means we involve with the current process. Involved with the current processes, we are not sitting in front in counter's chair, the counter person's chair, and issuing tickets. That is not the participant observation. Or that is not the involving with the current process. Instead of what we can do, we can participate the process. We can participate the process, the counter person's work, by observing what is the order that person is kept his or her uh, tickets. There are separate pigeon holes kept in there. From that, where the counter is grabbing these things. We can participate, but we are not going to advise change this order. No. What we can find, what are the tickets are grabbing faster, and once it comes to software engineering, we can keep our stack. If you are like software engineering, there are stacks. The data can be extracted very easily, and the searching is enhanced by observing. We can observe by involving. We can find what are the counter tickets are issuing faster. That is the participant observation. Now this is like a branch of naturalistic observation. It's naturally let the person and will participate passively. We don't actively participate for the process, but we passively involve. We don't instruct them. If that's so, you will get a problem. Observation should be like very polite and very clear and very safe. If not, we will get a lot of problems. So be careful the observation. Then document analysis. What is this document analysis is? There are a lot of documents related to the business, any business. There are common types in business. Business reports. There are business reports. What are these business reports? It might be financial, not sorry, business reports are the documents that happen historically, or the projects that we have handled, or the projects that we have involved. What are the companies and how they behave? The payment processes are the business reports, or year-end reports, performance reports, personal performance reports. These are the business reports. Transactional documents. What are the transactional documents? Transactional documents are the documents that keep a record on transactions. Of course, right? No need to tell again. But what is the importance? We can find what are the profitable transactions. What are the profitable transactions? And next, the financial reports and documents. These are very important, especially once it comes to project management. You should have understanding about financial documents well, because financial documents represents the nature of business happens. The nature of business happens. It might be stock market related documents. How your company's stock is changed. Or it can be very simply how your food transactions has been done. You can understand these things well. These are financial reports and documents. Up to here, these three things are mainly focused on business. Mainly focused on business. But there's another important thing which is known as release notes. It's technical report. It's a technical report. Under this release notes, you will have a good understanding about how this software was changed or evolved time to time. I have keep a link for you, one of release note. Please read this document. Sometimes you might not understand the whole story. It depends on your technical knowledge. If you understand, if you can understand, it's nice. If not, at least see what are the things that represents in a release note. I'll skim this information. Under the release notes, there's a release version. If you don't know about anything related to software release, I'll speak like this. If you don't know about anything about a release, a software means once you develop a software, we have to expose the software into the live environment. We have to expose the software into the live environment or the human users. At that case, we have to keep a document. At that case, we have to keep a document. What are the things in this software? That's a release, not the initial point. But once it comes to the changes, the initial document would change time to time, and we have to add what are the changes, what are the modifications we have done to the software. Think a software is developed 2010. Now it's almost 2021, almost gone. See? Think there are different versions were exposed to the environment. Different versions was exposed. In each and every version, there are different features. I'll give a very simple example. I believe everyone used Microsoft Word at least. Microsoft Word. There are different versions probably you have used. I'm not sure what's the first version you have used, but at least 2010 around you have started Microsoft Word. Now current version is not the 2010 version probably you are using. There are feature enhancements. Some features was removed. New features was added. Some features was removed. Some features was added. And color might be changed. Appearance might be changed. Different new terminology is introduced. These kinds of modifications has been done. So we want to keep a record on these changes. There's a software, it's changing time to time. We want to keep a record on these changes. So release notes are the technical document that kept these technical changes. What are the release notes? It represents what are the changes happen in a software. Very simple. Under the document analysis, especially once it comes to risk management, and especially once it comes to the technological selection, we can do a document analysis on release notes. Then we can perform appropriate changes, modifications, or new learnings to the document analysis, to the software. Now, these are business reports, very important while we are reading a document, while we are reading a software. What are the changes, who involved, what are the failures, what are the success stories, what was happened there, are we completed according to the relevant time, are we failed due to some reason. Everything is documented here in this space. and the software changes are documented in a release note. It it's changing time to time. Once you release a new version, you have another new release note. You have another new release note. You have another new release note. This is document analysis. Questionnaires and surveys. Actually, I have planned to give a survey for you today as a work. Uh, shall we get around 5 minutes and have a survey on anything on this? I think everyone interact with a survey or questionnaire. It's like questionnaire is like just some information, and surveys are for statistical analysis and for trending. It's okay, but neither words. I don't care about that. Shall you create a small survey and share with me? I'll give 5 minutes as in class activity. I think now you are a little bit sleepy. Huh? We'll do a small work. You can use any tool, any tool you can use. I'm not restricted to any tool. Shall we create a small survey around 5 minutes? I'll give 5 minutes for you. Not 5 minutes. I'll give 7 minutes for you. I'll wait 7 minutes for you. Once you created your survey or questionnaire, please share the link with me. Then I check whether that you are understanding about questionnaires and surveys. If you don't know anything, please let me know. You can raise your hand and let me know. If not, shall we start one? Then it might be more interactive learning. I'll give 7 minutes. You can chat with me. You can share your links with me. Then I can check those things. If you have any questions, while you may ask. Anyone created a questionnaire? උගල දන්නද questionnaire එකක් හදන්න දන්නේ නැද්ද? questionnaire එකක් හදන්න දන්නේ නැද්ද නැත්තම් මගෙත් එක ෂෙයා කළාද කවුරුවත් නැහැ නේද? ඔයගොල්ලන් questionnaire එකක් කරලා තියනවද? ඔයාලට පෙන්වන්නද මම questionnaire එකක් හදන්නේ කොහොමද කියලා ටක් කියනද ඔයගොල්ලන්? නෑ ඔයගොල්ලන්ගේ situation නැද්ද නැත්නම් shall I share and show you?
Yes, sir, it's better.
Okay, I'll share my screen and show you how to create survey. This is very simple and easy thing. Let me show you. I hope you can see my screen. Still not. I hope you can see the screen. So I just type Google survey. This is very simple. There are a lot of tools are there. I just create by Google Forms. Right? You want to just go to here and go to Forms, and you can go to Google Forms. And once you go to a Google Form, there are default templates are there. So you can use any of the template directly. You can. So these are data collection mechanisms. These are very simple data collection. These are created almost. These are created. Now I'll create a small survey. I'll use a blank. Use blank, and I'll go. Social media usage. Right? I'll type the usage, and I'll type the questions. Uh, your email address, your name. Okay, first of all, I'll ask your name. Then it's giving my name. Here, someone can be changed. Type in here, and if it is required, we can make it as required. This is my first question. Then I can add another question. I'll add a question. Your email address. Email address. So under the email address, if you go to here, you can have a response validation. You can have a validation by using regular expression contains something like emails. There are different regular expressions are there. If you are not familiar with that, it's okay. But but you know, there are regular expressions like at dot things are checking. There are regular expressions, and at the same time you can change the type. We'll go another one. So it's asking email address. I am not required, so I'm not asking to anyone to fill, but the name should be mandatory. You should fill the name. Then I'll add another question. I'll add another question. I'll add another question. Your age. Now for your age, we can define ranges. 13 to 17. 13 to, then we'll get another range 18 to 25. Then we'll create another one. 36. Another one. 55 to 7. Yes, your age is there. So only one option can be selected by the end user. Now since it's a multiple question, you can select only one. There are radio buttons. You can select only one. I'll add another question. What is the social media that as a social media platform that you are using? I'll tell Facebook, Twitter, and Insta. Now, a given person can use all of these, right? Any given time. So it should be not the best fit. It should be changed here to checkboxes. So now person would interact Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Insta, everything. In this situation, you can have only one given age range. Clear? So this is a simple survey. Shall we do? We'll do a survey. Email address is not required, so you don't want to think about that. So I'll make this mandatory. You should fill this one, and you should fill this one also. Your email address is not required, so you can fill or not fill. It's up to you. It's more than enough for a small survey. This is a small survey. This is initially it's a questionnaire, so it's a small survey. I'll show you. We'll do it now in practical way. I'm going to send it. I'll copy the link. I'll get the shortened URL. I'll copy the URL and let me share it with you. Right? Okay. Now I have shared the link with you. Can you please take a minute and fill this form? You don't want to put your name, you can put any name. I'll make it as not required, right? Even your name is not required, but your age range is required and your social media platform is required. That's it I'm asking. Can you please do for it for me? Can you please fill? There are two questions, just two questions, more than just to show you how these forms are working. Unless you just sit and learn, you don't know anything. Unless this is not getting hours, it's just getting 1 minute, not more than 1 minute. Right? Okay, we'll check the responses. So you can see there's one person responded. There's one person responded. It's in here. One. Can I do one thing? Can others also please? මට උගලන්ගේ personal details මුකුත් ඕනේ නැහැ, නමවත් ඕනේ නැහැ. Right? Just your age and what's the social media platform that you use. That's it. Totally anonymous. I'll show you. It's totally anonymous. බය වෙන්න එපා. ඒකින්ද කිසිම සඳහනක් වෙන්නේ නැහැ. මොනවද උගලන් දීපු details කියලා. To show how these surveys and things are working. Right? Another person responded. At least another 3 people. Okay, I think that's it. Others do not like to respond. I'll show the screen, right, to show what's happening in there. So there's a, this is the summary, right? There's one name, that's it. No responses for emails. And under the 2 responses, your age is in between 18 to 25. Now, what's the, if you are doing some requirement gathering, you may have to concern on the requirements of age of 18 to 25, because you may see all there's only 2 people. If at least like 5 will we can get more, but since you are not responding right, right, for now it's like totally it's 18 to 25. Now our focus group, I'll introduce another word, focus group, is 18 to 25. But our software product should work the young people's psychological aspects. That is a socio-technical aspect that I initially told. Now this should be like very fantasy and some like, all right, there's another one responded, thank you. Three people responded. Thank you. So they are like now they are like they people these people like 18 to 25 altogether. There are three people. So if we get the platform wise, you may see everyone is using Facebook. Everyone is using Facebook, and no one is using Twitter. And two people is using YouTube, and two people is using Insta. All right. Uh, very unpredictable or unreliable information. Why? Once it comes to age 18 to 25, age 18 to 25, it's guaranteed that person is using YouTube. Obvious, right? That means among these three people, I can't find, right? See, I can't find who responded. If it is get to individual, I can't find anything. See, I can't find who. Your name is not there, your email is not there. I can't find. Right? I can't find. But I can see this the survey responses are not 100% sure. And sometimes it might be a person who is using Facebook. Now in this case, Facebook user, there are three people who is using Facebook, and one person is only using Facebook. See, only 1% is using Facebook. That person is not using Facebook and Insta. There are situations, but two people using Facebook, YouTube, and Insta, and no one is using Twitter. So this is a survey because it clearly defines the statistics of the responses. There are three people. Among three people, 100% people are using Facebook. Among 66.7 using YouTube, and 66.7 using Insta. Now if you are the project manager and you want to perform and you want to advertise, or you want to show us social media post, what is the best social media platform is Facebook. Best platform is Facebook, and it should be entertain the people of 18 to 25. 18 to 25. And if you are targeting Twitter, there is no point. No one is using Twitter. No one is using Twitter. So you don't want to get as a conclusion. So now you may realize it's very valuable, right? So we can get the social insights. We can get the common insights. It might be true, it might be false, we don't know, but as a rough idea we can get from this uh, response. And the last point that I want to show is like there is a person who is responded like this thing, email address. Like it might be that I don't know, actually this is the actual email address. There might be fake email addresses, like false email addresses. Sometimes these people might be tell the truth name, sometimes people want, and sometimes people don't. So see, in this case two responses are there, but altogether three people, one is missed, one is missed. Clear? So I can't find the total story. What is the what you have responded? Now in this case, due to two people responded their names, I can find these people's information, but the missing person, i'll show you I'll show you it. I can't see. I'll show you individual. I'll go to the individual, and there is a person. See, this person is not responded with the name or email address, but he responded his details: age, Facebook, YouTube, and Insta. Clear? I can't find who is you. I can't find. So if you, this is anonymous response, so it's okay, because I just want to get some sort of rough idea. Clear? I believe now you are clear, well clear with this, how to create a survey and the effects of the survey instead of just some sort of lecture. Right, we'll back to the lesson. Let me share my screen again. And thank you for engagement of these responses. Right. Question and survey. Now it's like general information gathering. You have realized it, right? You have realized it's general information gathering and hard to measure the accuracy. It's clear, right? We can't say there is a person who is not using YouTube at all. It's hard to measure the accuracy, but it can be that person is hate to YouTube. We don't know, and someone is using Twitter and not shared that information with us. We can't. It's really hard to measure the accuracy. But once it comes to an interview, we know the other party. We know who is interact with us. It's very non. Here it's anonymous. We don't know. You can put any name, you can put any email address, or even you can keep it blank. Good for gathering data in large community. Think it's now I'm in location not nearby you. You are not in front of you. You are geographically distributed in Hakman or some other areas. I don't know, right? And sometimes one can be in Colombo now. Someone can be Kandy, and someone can be Gaul. Someone can be Mathara. I don't know. Different geographically distributed and large community. I can send this form to 1 million people and request their information very easily. But once it comes to an interview, can I ask an interview with 1 million people? It's really hard. It's really hard. After analysis, trend engagement range can be represented. So especially like surveys, as I previously show you, we can find a fact, who using what is happening here, rough idea only, because hard to measure the accuracy. There are different accuracy measurement algorithms, accuracy measurement tools are there, but it's not provide the perfect answer, especially once it comes to surveys. Like Tripandef alpha, if you like to learn Tripandef alpha, it's a nice equation to check the trustworthiness of the end users. Tripandef alpha. Right. That's about this questionnaires and surveys. We'll go to the last part. That's the focus group. Focus group means the group that is involved or the assembled to the in the discussion about the product before its launch. Before it's launched. So if you know about like beta versions in software engineering, there are software products known as beta versions. Especially like currently it's trending like uh, Windows 11. So Windows 11 is still not fully stable. There might be issues, there might be defects, there might be problems, or it might be incompatible with your computer, or it might be incompatible with your computer. There are situations like that. We know like Windows 8 arrives and people installed it, they have faced two problems somehow. Like Windows 11 also, we have to give some sort of time. Clear? We have to give some sort of time. If you have installed almost Windows 11, you are too early. You are too early. Okay? I'll share one video with you also. I have informed to my few students No need for you now. It's more than enough. You have learned it, right? No need to share again it. You have learned it. So please be understandable is the situation. So these currently the Windows 11 is for the focus group, a set of people who is well known about the Windows 11 products and the hardware related stuff. So if you are not much familiar with this, so let it some time, give some time. Now what is a focus group? A software, before the software deliver, we have to confirm by using some sort of common people or the end users, common end users. These end users are known as this focus group. If I tell those are the guinea pigs, it might be partially correct. Right? It might be the partially correct. So that's about the today lesson. I hope it's interesting on one aspect of data gathering or the information gathering. There are a lot of uh, information gathering or the requirements gathering methods are there, lot of there, but I have started for yourself, and you feel free to deep dive into more and more and do more practicals and understand what is happening in the here. For now, if you have any questions, and like there are two things. This is like small homework that I want to give to you. Once we collected this information, there are functional requirements and non-functional requirements. As a homework, you may do a small self-study on these functional requirements and non-functional requirements. You may search in internet and find some sort of details before the next class. It might be valuable for you. And for now, I'll give a time for you. If you have any questions, you may ask. I'll give another 2 to 3 minutes to ask questions. If you have any questions, you may ask. If you don't have any question, we'll stop the session for today. And thank you everyone for the today's session. We'll meet next.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.